grade 12s, surely you're all fine. So now we are going to deal with paper 1 that has been written yesterday but 1. So now it is business studies paper 1, May-June 2024. So now grade 12s, I always tell you that before you can actually jump onto answering questions, you should always make sure that you go through the set of information given. So now the information given, you know that when it comes to section A is always compulsory. But when it comes to section B, you are given 3 questions and the expectation is to answer only 2 questions. So now also we have section C. Section C, in the same manner, you are given 2 questions and expectation is to choose 1 question. So now remember, grade 12s, each and every question should be commenced on a fresh page. Okay, right. So now remember, I always tell you that grade 12s, whenever you are dealing with the multiple choice question, always apply elimination method and make sure that you go through each and every given set of a choice or information. Okay, right. So now section A reads as following, particular question 1. So now 1.1, various options are provided as possible answers to the following questions. So now choose the answer and write only a letter A to D next to the question number. So now an example is given there, 1.1.1 to 1.1.5. Then the expectation is that you write or you answer in your given answer book. So now you're also given an example where you are being told that or being shown that this is how you answer. So now I know some of you guys, even though you have been given the guideline here on how to answer, find one will just write the option as well as the information given. So now you don't write A or B and the information given, you only write a letter. Okay, right. So now 1.1.1 reads as follows. This act requires businesses to report on employee accidents and illnesses that occur during working hours. So now remember, as I did say earlier, that you must go through each and every set of information given. A, we are given Skills Development Act. Remember, this is the act that caters for the enhancement of skills for those individuals that are already employed. Then we have option B. Option B, we have Consumer Protection Act, of which this is the act that only protects the rights of the consumers. So now also a broad-based Black Economic Empowerment Act. So now this one, it focuses on the well-being of Black people, specifically Black people. So now here we can take into account the pillars of this act, where it says that Black people also should be given a chance to enhance their skills at the workplace. And then another pillar is that Black people as well should also have the ownership of what fixed assets or any property. And also Black people should be given a set of platform to occupy managerial positions. And also we know that Black people as well should be given the platform to also supply businesses with stock. Okay, right. So now here, the fact that we are actually saying that this focuses on accidents and also to illness. It means that it calls for compensation for occupational injuries and disease amendment act. So now, meaning in this regard, our proper option is going to be option D. Okay, right, grade 12. So now moving on to the next question, where we have 1.1.2. It reads as follows. The National Act, NSC 2005, Act 34 of 2005, enforces customers' right to dash when they can no longer afford to repay their loans. So now it says that customers should always disclose the information so that the company or the business that is issuing out loan can know whether they will be in the position to repay whatsoever that they have borrowed from that particular financial provider. So in this regard, our appropriate answer is going to be A. Okay, right, grade 12. Moving on, we have 1.1.3. It reads as follows. Carpet manufacturers sell their existing products in new markets. So now this is the type of intensive strategy which is known as as a product, as market development. So now this is market development. So now the next question, we have question 1.1.4. So now 1.1.4 reads as follows. The role of the interviewer is to dash during an interview, book and prepare the venue, develop a core set of questions, allocate the same amount of time to each candidate. So now these are the roles of the interviewer before the interview. But during the interviewer should always make sure that he assists or she assists the candidates in responding to questions that are actually on the table. So now we also have 1.1.5 that reads as follows. Adequate financing and capacity as a total quality management element enables Farm Daba Ltd to have sufficient funds to test everything before the implementation or before actually being implemented. Okay, right click talks. So now let's move on to the next question. Next question we have 1.1, 1.2 in fact. So now under this we have different set of sub questions where we have 1.1, 1.2.1, 1.2.2, 1.2.3, 1.2.4 and 1.2.5. So now it reads as follows. Complete different statements by using the words provided in the list below. Write only the words next to the question numbers. So now we are given that we are answering questions from 1.2.1 to 1.2.5 in your answer book. So now it says that the dash stipulates the minimum requirements for employment contract. So now this is nothing but basic conditions of Employment Act. So now the next one we have what 1.2.2. Leaseway agency increased their profitability because they hired skilled employees. So this is known as a strength under SWOT analysis. Okay, right. So now the next one reads as follows. 1.2.3. Businesses have limited control over challenges posted by dash environment. So now the fact that it has limited control, so now that is market environment. So now the next one we have 1.2.4. It says Kashiv retailers implemented dash the procedure by matching employees qualifications and skills with the requirements of the job. So this is nothing but placement. This is placement. Okay, right click toss. So moving on to next question, we have 1.2.5. It reads as follows. The framework that businesses use to implement key processes to ensure that correct standards are made is known as what we call quality. Okay, right click toss. So now moving on to the next question. Next question we actually have what? We actually have 1.3 and then 1.3, remember, is a matching what? Is a matching concept. So now here the question reads as follow. Choose a description from column B that matches a term in column A. So write only a letter A to J as given. So next to the question numbers 1.3.1 to 1.3.5 in your answer book. So now you're also given an example on how to tackle this particular questions. So now under column A, in most cases we are given what? We're given the concept. So now we have the concept a black economy empowerment. We also have conglomerate diversification. We also have quality management. We also have a job description. We also have purchasing function. So now in most cases, when it comes to column B, we are normally given what? We are normally given what the characteristics, the functions, and also it can be the definition. Also it can be what the explanation. Also in the same manner, it can actually be some sort of examples. So now if we check, we have option A, where it said it can be used for accountability within each business function. So now B establish relationships with our suppliers so that they understand the business vision. So now also have seen where it says adding new products related to existing products which may appeal to new customers. So now D, we have benefited or previously disadvantaged people in an economy. So now E, we have describes the minimum qualifications required for a particular job. So now also you have option F, where it says adding new products unrelated to existing products which may appeal to new customers. So now next one, we have established relationships with customers to increase the sales volume. So now the next one, we have H. H reads as follows: benefited only a few previously disadvantaged people in the economy. So now we also have I, where it says that can be measured through physical inspection of products. So now we also have J, where it says describes the responsibilities of a particular job. Okay, right. So now grade 12s, having gone through all of this as said given. So now when we come to black economy empowerment, is where, as much as it does say black, it means that this was specifically designed for black people. But the fact that it wasn't actually covering all the individuals that were black, it was actually covering few of them. So now the correct option for this one is going to be option H. And then if you check option H, it says that benefited only a few previously disadvantaged people in an economy. So that is why now the broad-based black economy empowerment came into play, so as to address all the previously were disadvantaged black people. Okay, right. So now moving on to 1.3.2, we have conglomerate rate, and then which is an example of diversification approach or style. So now here our appropriate answer is going to be F, where it says adding new products unrelated to existing products, which may appeal to new customers. Okay, right. So now let's move on to 1.3.3, which reads as follows: quality management. So now quality management, if you still remember, that's where now accountability within each business function should actually take place. So now our correct answer for this one is going to be A. So now also have 1.3.4, where it addresses the issue of a job description. So now this job description, now the correct answer is going to be J. So now if you check J, J says that describes the responsibilities of a particular job. Remember, grade 12s, we have job analysis. When you talk of job analysis, we refer to job description as well as a job specification. So now when it comes to job description, it's where now description in line with the roles and responsibilities that an employee is going to perform in that particular particular workplace. And then when it comes to job specification, it does specifies the requirements for that particular job. Okay, right. So now grade 12s, here our correct answer is going to be J. So now moving on, grade 12s, we have the purchasing function. So now this purchasing function establishes the relationship with suppliers so that they understand the business vision. So now here the correct answer is going to be B. Okay, right, grade 12s. Let's move on to the next one. The next session, we are done with the section A. So now let's move on to section B. So now remember, grade 12s, whenever you're answering this section, you should make sure that before you select the questions that you are going to answer, first add how much do you know in this particular question. If now you say, okay, out of 40 marks, I understand 20 marks. Move on to another question, check as well and add what you are quite sure that you are going to collect and bring home. So in the same manner, also when you go to another question, make sure that you go through a set of questions given and then check how much you are going to score. Then from there, compare the marks that you think that these ones are surely I'm going to get them. So now that is why I'm actually saying that before you can jump onto answers, make sure that you compare all the given set of questions and also check how much you'll be able to score. Okay, right. So now section B, answer any two questions. Remember, you are given 3 questions in this regard. You are given question 2, question 3, and question 4. So now the expectation is to answer only 2 questions, of which one question carries 40 marks and another carries 40 marks. All in all, you are going to answer 80 marks questions in section B. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's embark on this question 2, where we are going to discuss the business environment. So now it says that it's in particular 2.1 says that name 4 types of leaves as stipulated in the basic conditions of employment act. So now guys, if you still remember, we have the foreign leaves, we have annual leave, also have sick leave. So now we also have maternity leave. So now we also have family responsibility leave. Family we also have family responsibility leave. So now, okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next question. This is question 2.1. It says outline a strategic management process. So now under strategic management process, one must know that the first thing that they must do, they must review the vision statement. Review the vision statement. Review the vision statement. So now the next one, you must also analyze mission statement. Analyze mission statement. And then lastly, because of 6 marks, the expectation is to come up with 3 points. Lastly, implement a strategy using a template such as an action plan. Implement a strategy. Implement a strategy using a template such as action plan. So those are nothing but the points in line with our strategic management process. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to 2.3. 2.3 reads as follows. Read the scenario below and answer the questions that follow. So now we have Greenwood Builders. So Greenwood Builders specializes in building properties and buy their raw material from Donga Hardware. So now they pay high prices as Donga Hardware is only provider of higher quality cement. So now GP also experiences a decline in income as of their customers prefer to build their own properties. So now the question says identify 2 forces of Paras 5 model that are applicable to GB, and also modify your answer by quoting from the scenario. So now remember, when the question says quote, it means that you take the sentence exactly the way it does appear in the scenario. You don't add, you don't subtract. So now here we are going to have what? If you check the scenario given, we have the power of suppliers, we also have the power of the buyers. We have power of suppliers. We also have power of buyers. So now this one, the power of suppliers, it states that they pay, this one is the power of suppliers. They pay higher prices as Donga Hardware is the only provider of higher quality cement. So now here you are going to write this sentence exactly the way it is. You don't add, you don't subtract. So now we are saying that they pay what? They pay higher prices as Donga Hardware is the only provider of higher quality cement. So now remember, grade 12s, you should always write full sentences. Okay, right. So now also we have what we have the last sentence where it addresses the issue of the power of buyers, where it says GB also experiences a decline in income as some of their customers prefer to build their own properties. So now here we're actually saying that you must write the sentence exactly the way it is. You don't add. So now it says GB also experience a decline in income as some of their customers prefer to build their own properties. So now remember, grade 12s, as I did say that you should always write sentences in full. Okay, right. So now moving on to the next question, we have 2.4. So now 2.4 reads as follow. It reads as follow. Explain the implications of enterprise and supply development as a pillar of the broad-based black economic empowerment. So now the Act has been established in 2003, which is Act 53 of 2003 for businesses. So now in this regard, we know that it outsources services to suppliers that are broad-based economic empowerment, compliant. So now here we are saying that outsources services to suppliers that are broad-based black economic empowerment compliant. Okay, right. So now also businesses are encouraged to support black-owned small, medium, micro enterprises. Businesses are advised to support black-owned small, medium, micro enterprises. And also the last one because of 6 marks, because 6 marks calls for 3 points. The last one, businesses must create jobs as enterprise development promotes local manufacturing. Businesses must create jobs as enterprise supplier development promotes local manufacturing. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to 2.5. So now 2.5 reads as follows: discuss any 2 types of integration strategy. So you know, under integration strategy we have a forward integration strategy, backward integration strategy, and horizontal integration strategy. So now we have forward integration strategy, where businesses combines with or take over its distributors, and then we also have backward, where a business take over its suppliers. So now we are saying that we have forward, so here businesses take over its distributors. Then we have backward, businesses take over its suppliers. Okay, right. So now, Kritovs, let's move on to the next question. So now the next question reads as follows. Tasty pizzas ensure that all racial groups are equally represented at every level of employment. Now they apply correct procedures to prevent employees from exceeding their maximum working hours. So now TP defined the appointment process so that all parties are well informed. So now if we check our 2.6.1 reads as follow. Quote 2 ways in which TP complies with the Employment Equity Act. So from the given set of scenario. So now if you check here, we have the compliance in sentence 1. So now this sentence 1, it shows the compliance. So now this is sentence 1, it shows the compliance, and also sentence 2 shows also the compliance. So now remember, grade 12s, when you're answering this, you don't say sentence 1, you don't say sentence 2, but you write the sentence in full. So here when you quote, you are going to quote sentence 1. So where sentence 1 says what? Tasty pizza ensures that all racial groups are equally represented at every level of employment. And also we have sentence 2. Sentence 2 reads as follows. They apply correct procedures to prevent employees from exceeding their maximum working hours. So remember, you write the sentence as it is. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next question. The next question, we have a question that reads as follows, which is 2.6.2. Describe other ways in which businesses can comply with the Employment Equity Act. So now, if businesses should comply with this act, it says it means that they should implement an employment equity plan. Also, they must promote equal opportunities and fair treatment. So we are saying that implement an employment equity plan. Also, the second one, because of 4 marks, you're expected to give 2 points. Saying that promote equal opportunities and fair treatment. Okay, right, grade 12. So now moving on, we have landed on what? We have landed on question 2.7. And 2.7 grade 12 reads as follows. Recommend ways in which businesses can deal with the challenges posed by technological vectors of the pestle analysis. So now, because of 6 marks, the expectation is to come up with 3 points. So now businesses must be geared for online trading or e-commerce. And also, we are saying that continuous research on the latest available technology in the market should be done. Also, train existing employees so as to maintain new equipment. Okay, right. We are saying that, first point, businesses must be geared for online trading or e-commerce. Okay, right. So now the next point is saying that continuous research on the latest technology in the market. Okay, the last one, we said that drain existing employees to maintain new equipment. Okay, right. So now, grade 12s, let's move on to question 3. We are done with question 2. So now question 3 reads as follow. And then under question 3, if you still remember, we deal with business operations. So now it says that give any 4 examples of fringe benefits. So now that is 3.1. So now here we have the likes of pension fund, we have the likes of provident fund, we have the likes of funeral benefits, as well as medical aid fund. So now we're saying that we have pension fund, also have provident fund, then fund, we have funeral benefits, and then lastly we have a medical aid fund. Okay, right, grade 12. So now moving on to the next one, we have question 3.2. It reads as follows: outline the selection procedure as a human resource activity. So now here, grade 12s, you should be in the position to know which option you go for. So now here we can say that number 1, make sure that you compile a short list of potential candidates identified. So also invite shortlisted candidates for an interview, and also a written offer are supposed to be made to the selected candidates. Okay, right. So now we're saying that compile a short list of potential candidates identified. And also we said that invite these identified candidates, invite these shortlisted candidates for an interview. So now the last one, we said that then a written offer is made to the selected candidates. Okay, right, grade 12. So now we are done with our question 3.2. Let's quickly land on question 3.3. So now 3.3 reads as follow. Read the scenario below and answer the questions that follow. Carabo Transport, which is KT. So now Carabo Transport is known for providing prompt deliveries to various clients. So Cyril, the receptionist, is paid for the number of hours spent at the workplace. And also we have Mike, who is the driver, and then he receives his salary based on the number of deliveries he makes. So now the question reads as follows. Identify 2 salary determination methods used by KT. And then also you're expected to modify your answer by quoting from the given set of scenario. So now, okay, grade 12. If you still remember, we have 2 types of salary determination. So now the first one, we have piecemeal salary determination. And then piecemeal salary determination it's a compensation or reward after a work is actually been done, then this reward, it is in line with the number of units that the employee has actually produced. And we also have the time-related salary method. So now this one of time-related, the employee is compensated after work is actually done. But now the compensation is it is based on the number of hours that particular person or that particular employee spend at work. Okay, right. So now remember, if the question says use the table below as a guide, the expectation grade 12 is to copy this table exactly the way it does appear. Then you copy this inside your answer book. So now it's saying that we have time related, and then also we have piecemeal. Okay, so now time related and piecemeal, if you check the given set of information here, so now the one for time related is this one for the reception payment. So now we are saying that Lesijo, the receptionist is paid for the number of hours spent at work. Hours spent at work. And then the next one, we have what? We have Mike. So this is the sentence that should be what? That should be coded. So now it says Mike, the driver, receives his salary based on the number of deliveries that he makes. Okay, right, grade 12. Now let's move on to the next question. So next question we have 3.4, and 3.4 reads as follows: discuss the legal requirements of an employment contract. So now one of the requirements is that the employer and the employees must both sign the contract, and also the employer and the employee must agree to any changes to that particular contract. So now we are saying that here the employer and employee, the employer and the employee must both sign the contract. So now the second one, we are saying that the employer and employee, the employer and the employee must agree to any changes to the contract. Okay, right, grade 12. So now moving on to 3.5, we have what? We have the question that reads as follows: identify the steps of the PDCA model applied by Russia manufacturing in each statement below. So guys, if you still remember, this is the model that is normally used in line with quality. So now this is in line with quality performance. So now you should know that P stands for plain, and then D stands for do, and then C stands for check or analyze, then A stands for act or taking an action. So now if you check, we're saying that 3.5.1 reads as follows: RM initially implemented the change on a small scale to improve their processes and system. So it means that what they did, they do. So now we also have 3.5.2, where it says RM used the data to evaluate the results of the change. So now this is nothing but check or analyze. Okay, right. So now the 12. So now moving on to the next question. The next question we have 3.6. So now 3.6 reads as follows: outline the difference between quality control and quality assurance. So now if you still remember, guys, quality control is done on the final product after the manufacturing is actually done. But now when it comes to quality assurance, the inspection is done during and after the manufacturing of a product, or after the processing of a product. So now we're actually saying that for quality control, saying that inspection of the final product inspection of the final product to ensure that it meets the required standard. So now for quality assurance, you're saying that it is carried out during and after the production process so as to ensure that required standards have been met at every stage of the process. Carried out during and after the production process to ensure that required standard the standards have been met at every stage of process. Okay, right, grade 12. So now moving on to the next question, we have 3.7. It reads as follows: explain how the quality of performance of a production function can contribute to the success of a business. So now this can contribute to the success of the business by providing high quality service or products according to the specification, and also accurately calculate the production costs by also utilizing machines and equipment that are actually being aimed to be used up to the maximum point. Okay, right. So now we're saying that accurately calculate the production costs. And then the next one, we said that utilize machines, and equipment optimally. Okay, last but not the least, provide high quality service. Provide high quality service or products. High quality service or products according to the specification. According to the specification. Okay, right. So now moving on to 3.8. 3.8 reads as follows: advise businesses on the role of quality cycles as part of continuous improvement to processes and systems. So now, in this regard, you have 6 marks. The expectation is to come up with 3 points. So now, the points are as follows. Solve problems related to quality and implement improvements, and also investigate problems and suggest solutions to management, and also reduce costs of redundancy in the long run. Reduce cost of redundancy in the long run. Also investigate problems and suggest solutions to management. And lastly, solve problems related to quality and implement improvements. Okay, right, click talks. So now at this Janja, we are done with question 3. So now let's move on to the last question under section B. So now let's move on to the next question, which is question 4. So now question 4 is miscellaneous topics. So now this is the combination of all the topics. So now let's check the first one. The first question is asked to give different types of business sectors. So now remember, we have primary sector, we have secondary sector, and then also we have tertiary sector. Secondary sector, then primary sector, and we also have tertiary sector, grade 12. Okay, right. So now moving on to 4.2. 4.2 reads as follows. You are expected to outline the purpose of the Consumer Protection Act, CPA of 2008, Act of 68 of that particular year of 2008. So now, one of the purposes is that promotes responsible consumer behavior and also establishes national standards so as to protect consumers, and also establishes National Consumer Commission. Okay, saying that establishes National Consumer Commission. Secondly, saying that establishes national standards, to protect consumers. Then the last one, promotes responsible promotes responsible consumer behavior. Okay, right. So now moving on to the next question, we have 4.3. So now 4.3 reads as follows. Read the scenario below and answer the questions that follow. Water engineering, which is BE. The management of water engineering encourages their employees to establish a workplace forum so that they can participate in decision making. So now the owners are also aware of their rights as the employers. So now the question reads as follows. Identify the act that is applicable to the scenario above. So now the act that is applicable here is Labor Relations Act, which is LRA. So now the question, which is 4.3.2 reads as follows. Explain the rights of employers in terms of the act identified in question 4.3.1. So now one of the rights that we have is that what from employer organizations. From employer organizations. The next one. Form a bargaining council for collective bargaining purposes. Form a bargaining council for collective. Form a bargaining council for collective bargaining purposes. So now the last one. Right, the employer has a right to lock out employees who engage in illegal strikes. Right to lock out employees. Right to lock out employees who engages in illegal strikes. Okay, right. So now moving on to the next question here, 4.4. So 4.4 reads as follows. Advise businesses on the role of the SETA in supporting the Skill Development Act. So now the Act of 97 of 1998. So now one of the roles of SETA is to report to the Director General, also promote and establishes leadership, also collect levies and pays out grants as are required. Okay, right? Saying that reports to the Director General. Okay. The next one, promotes and establishes learnerships. So now the last one, but not the least, collect levies and pays out grants as required. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the next question. The next question here, 4.5. 4.5 reads as follows. State any four aspects That should be included in an induction program. So now safety regulations and rules should be included. Tour of the premises should also be included. An overview of the business as well should be included. So we are saying that overview of the business. And then the next one, tour of the premises. Tour of the premises. Then the last one, safety regulations. Safety regulations and rules. Okay, right? So now, grade 12, moving on to the next question here, 4.6. So 4.6 reads as follows. Read the scenario below and answer the questions that follow. We have no-karma communications, which is NS. So no-karma communication has a vacant position in marketing. So NS uses the intranet, recruitment agencies, as well as social media as their sources of recruitment. So now this one we have intranet, and then also you have this one is for internal. We have recruitment agencies, external. Social media can also be internal or external. So now 4.6.1 reads as follows. Name two sources of external recruitment in the scenario above. So now what I see here, we have intranet, we have recruitment agency, also have social media. Okay, right. So now the question says, explain the advantages of the external recruitment. So now under external recruitment, there is a larger pool of candidates to choose from. Also, new candidates bring new talents into the business. You're saying that there is a larger pool of candidates to choose from. Also, we are saying that new candidates bring new talents. Bring new talents into the business. Okay, right. So now let's check 4.7. It reads as follows. Discuss the impact of total client satisfaction or client customer satisfaction as a total quality management element on larger businesses. So now this is nothing but now large businesses may be able to gain access to the global market, and also this may lead to increased productivity, which in turn causes continuous promote a positive company image. Okay, right? Saying that may lead to increased profitability. Okay, right? So also we're saying that continuously promote continuously promote a positive company image. And then we said large businesses may be able to gain access to the global market, We are saying that large businesses may be able to gain access to the global market. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the next question, which is 4.8. Advise businesses on the importance of total quality management if poorly implemented. The moment total quality management is poorly implemented, that will result in decline when it comes to the productivity because of the stoppages, and also this will lead to high staff turnover because of poor skills development. Okay, saying that decline in productivity, as a result of stoppages. And also we said that high staff turnover because of poor skills development. Okay, right, great tops. So now let's move on to the next section. We are done with section B. So now we have landed on section what? We have landed on section C. So now the expectation under section C is to make sure that you select one question out of 2 questions given. So now remember, grade 12s, whenever you answer this section, you should always bear in mind that these bullets are given. These are nothing but the guidelines of your essay, and these bullets are the ones that are going to build the body of your essay. So what you must do is just to provide with the introduction as well as the conclusion. So now here you just provide with the introduction and also conclusion. Okay, so now under introduction, you are expected to come up with what? You expected to come up with 2 points. So now of which are these 2 points? Expectation is to score all the marks given. So now if you check, the question says businesses operate in dynamic environments that require diversification and defensive strategies so as to remain operational in the market. So some businesses apply pass-through analysis so as to identify challenges posed by social and environmental factors. So now businesses should be able to evaluate the effectiveness of the chosen strategy. So here you must define a strategy. When you talk of a strategy, here strategy, you must define a strategy. What is this strategy? When you define a strategy, we're saying that strategy is nothing but the method or style that businesses normally apply in their daily operation to make sure that they achieve the set objectives, they achieve the set goals of the business. Okay, right. So now grade 12, so let's check the information given. So now it means that in your body, this is going to build your body of the essay. But remember this word body, when it comes to business studies, essay writing, you don't indicate this word body. But you just write your introduction. After introduction, that's when now you actually show the subheadings and each and every aspect given. Okay, right. So now we have what we have the outlined advantages of diversification strategies. So guys, if you still remember, diversification strategy, businesses normally apply this strategy to make sure that they increase the profitability of the business. So now if you check the advantages, that this can increase sales and business growth. So also this can improve it improves business image as well as the business brand. So now this one increase sales and business growth, and also it does improve business image and brand. And now let's move on to defensive strategy. So now this is the strategy where businesses normally apply the moment they see that, oh, so now we are not functioning properly. We are collecting lesser profits, or maybe they are collecting non-profit. So now in this regard, they are trying by all means to remain in operation, not to shut down. So that is why you see a lot of businesses, the moment they see that now they are not doing good, they opt for this particular type of strategy. So now this one, the aspects or the types that we have here, we have what? We have divestment. We have divestment. Then we also have retrenchment. And then we also have what? Liquidation. Okay, great jobs. The investment, this one is when the moment the business realizes that it doesn't make enough profit, what they do, they sit down as management and to say, okay guys, you see that we are no longer generating enough profit. What we must do, let's sell the assets that are not important as for now. Let's sell assets that are not beneficial for now. Let's sell assets that are not bringing any income for now. So now those assets that are not bringing any income, or those assets that are not much important, then the business starts selling such assets so that it can remain in operation. And also when it comes to retrenchment, the moment the business sees that, okay, we are not doing fine, so the operation is totally poor, so now they opt to cut the number of the staff that they normally have. So what they normally do, they make sure that they cut some of the individuals from coming to work for a certain period of time, so that they don't spend much in terms of the salaries and wages payment. And then we also have liquidation. Liquidation is when a business sells all its assets so as to settle the outstanding debts. Okay, right. So now we also have another subheading where you are expected to explain how the following skill factors pose a challenge to the business. So now let's check how social pose a challenge to the business. So now customers may not afford the product due to low income levels or unemployment. So here, if there is high unemployment, it means that these customers are not going to be able to afford to buy the goods and services. So that is going to be a challenge to the business. Why? Because now there are going to be few customers going to the business to support that particular business. Why? Because there is high unemployment as a challenge. So also this one can also be another challenge where people are having low income. If people are having low income, they don't buy all goods and services. They are selective on goods and services that they normally buy. Why? Because now the level of income is very high. It's very what? The level of income is very low. Okay, right. So now let's move on to environmental. So now environmental can actually be a challenge where packaging of some products may not be environmentally friendly, of which this may not be recyclable. So now it's now a none. We are saying that none are friendly. We are saying that here we have non-friendly, products. We have non-friendly products. Non-friendly products. So now here we are actually saying that packaging of some products may not be environmentally friendly, of which this may not be actually easy to recycle. Okay, right. So now let's check or advise businesses on the steps of strategy evaluation. So now when it comes to how to evaluate the strategy, then businesses should always be in the position to identify the strategy. After identifying the strategy, then they must formulate that strategy. After formulating the strategy in the same manner, they should also implement the strategy. Also checking should be done. They shouldn't just implement the strategy, but they should always make sure that they check whether that strategy is the applicable strategy, and also the analysis of strategies should always be taken into account, or should also be taken into consideration. Okay, right, grade 12. So now we have landed on question 1, question 6. So as I did say earlier, that when you are given this set of questions, know that these are bullets. They are the ones that form the body of your essay. So what you must know, you should also provide with introduction, and then also here you provide with your conclusion. So now grade 12, when it comes to conclusion under business studies, it's either you collect 2 marks or you collect 0. There's no way that under conclusion you are going to collect 1 mark. So now also when it comes to conclusion, you are expected to write your own words. Also, don't repeat whatsoever information that appeared on your introduction, also the information that appeared on your body. So now when it comes to this conclusion, you should come up with a fresh information or fresh content. Okay, right. So now the question says, the financial function plays an important role in the smooth operation of business activities. So now the correct implementation of quality process enables businesses to employ the benefits of a good quality management system. So large businesses know the importance of implementing the total quality management elements in order to reduce the cost of quality. So write an essay on quality of performance, in which include the following aspect. So now here we are going to explain quality of performance. What is this quality of performance? Quality of performance is when each and every department in the business perform its role to make sure that the expected or anticipated quality is met. I'll come again. So now quality of performance, this is when each and every department in the business makes sure that they perform their roles, duties, or responsibilities to make sure that the anticipated quality is actually met. Okay, right. So now here let's outline the quality indicators of the financial function. So now the quality indicators of the financial function should always analyze strategies to increase profitability, also invest surplus funds to create sources of passive income. So we are saying that in this regard, we should analyze strategies to increase profitability, and also we're saying that invest surplus funds to create sources of passive income. Okay, right, grade 12. And also the next one, we are expected to explain the benefits of good quality management system. So now one of the benefits of good quality management system is that time and resources are not wasted. The vision or mission may be achieved. We are saying that one of the benefits is that time and resources are not wasted. And also, we are saying that vision or mission may be achieved. Okay, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next bullet, where we are expected to discuss the impact of the following TQ elements on large businesses. So now we have continuously skills development or education and training. So now this one, it calls for, it says large businesses have more resources to check on quality performance unit. We're saying that large resources large businesses have more resources to check on quality, quality performance unit. Okay, right. And also we are saying that under monitoring and evaluation of quality process, they may be equipped to get things done right the first time. May be equipped to get things done right first time. Okay, so now also you're expected to suggest ways in which total quality management can reduce the cost of quality. So now here you must schedule activities so as to eliminate duplication of tasks, and also make sure that you share responsibilities for quality output amongst management and workers. So you're saying that schedule activities to eliminate duplication of tasks. And also share responsibilities for quality output amongst management and workers. So now, as I did say, grade 12s previously, that when it comes to conclusion, in a conclusion, make sure that you write your own ways, and make sure that whatsoever that appear in conclusion didn't appear on your introduction, as well as didn't appear on your body. Okay, guys. So now, grade 12s, you have seen how best or how easily you can tackle this paper. Surely, guys, at this juncture, I would love to say thank you very much. I really enjoyed the lesson, and hopefully, grade 12s, you did benefit. Also, surely you did reap something very important under this particular lesson. So now, go out there, talk to your friend, talk to your brother, talk to your mother, talk to whosoever that is in need of learning business studies. Go out there, tell them that they must like this page of Thundereduc, and then we are on YouTube. So now encourage other people to come as well. So thank you very much. Shalom.
guys are doing well. So today we'll be doing Business Studies Paper 1, which is June 2025 NSC. So now we can start. Section A, it's compulsory. Various options are provided as possible answers to the following questions. Choose the answer and write only the letter A to D next to the question numbers 1.1.1 to 1.1.5 in the answer book. E.g. 1.1.6, it's D. So this act encourages businesses to invest in the education and training of the South African workforce. So since it has to do with education and training, our option is going to be B, which is Skills Development Act. Jericho Carpets opened a new branch in another province to distribute their carpets. This type of intensive strategy is known as. So here we're going to take D because it's our market development. We are selling an existing product to the new environment or new location. So it's our market development. We are developing the market. Amandla Distributors has no control over challenges posed by the environment. Obviously, businesses do not have control over challenges posed by the macro environment. So 1.1.4, the purpose of an interview is to book and prepare the venue. No. Invite possible candidates to apply for the vacancy. If you are being called for an interview, it means you have already applied for the vacancy. So determine a candidate's suitability for the job. So our answer will be C. Then 1.1.5, Aziza Manufacturing Ltd uses to reduce the cost of redundancy in the long run. So here our answer will be B, which is quality management systems. So now let's transfer our answers. So here we have question 1. So we said our answer for 1.1.1, it's B. Then 1.1.2, it's D. Then 1.1.3, it's A. Our 1.1.4, it's C. A, C. Then 1.1.5, it's B. So 1.2, complete the following statement by using the words provided in the list below. Write only the words next to the question numbers 1.2.1 to 1.2.5 in the answer book. 1.2.1, an employee is entitled to 10 consecutive days off. So now we'll take parental. So here our answer will be parental. Then 1.2.2, Ranzo Furniture applied the vertical integration strategy when they took over Green Timber, their wood supplier. So now here our answer will be backward. So backward is when they take control over the supply. Then 1.2.3, the productivity of Lucas Engineering has improved due to the employment and qualified engineers. This is in compiling a SWOT analysis. So since we have hired qualified engineers, in our SWOT analysis, it's going to be our strength. Then 1.2.4, the Act has implications for the human resources function as it ensures that affirmative action measures are correctly implemented. So 1.2.4, since we are talking about affirmative action, it means we are redressing the issues that happened in the past. So our best option, it will be employment equity. Grey water systems implements to ensure that the required standards are met at every stage of the production process. So here the answer that you are going to take is going to be our quality assurance. So 1.2.1, our answer is parental. Then 1.2.2, we have backward. Then 1.2.3, we have strength. And then 1.2.5, we have quality assurance. One point three, choose a description from column B that matches a term in column A. Write only the letter A to J next to the question numbers 1.3.1 to 1.3.5 in the answer book. E.g. 1.3.6, it's K. So 1.3.1, we have our National Credit Act. So the best option for a National Credit Act here, it will be C. So here we'll say C, because it protects both lenders and borrowers from negligent lending practices. Then 1.3.2, we have the pestle analysis. So the best option for pestle analysis is going to be our option number G, because it's a tool used to evaluate the challenges posed by the macro environment. Then 1.3.3, we have placement procedure. So our option for placement procedure, it will be E. Linking the expectations of a position and the competencies of a new employee. Then 1.3.4, we have the UIF, which is the Unemployment Insurance Fund. So Unemployment Insurance Fund will take B. We'll say it's a compulsory benefit that provides financial assistance to workers who lose their jobs due to illnesses. Okay. Then 1.3.5, we have total client or customer satisfaction. So our best option for total client and customer satisfaction, It's going to be I. Because large businesses conduct market research to evaluate the needs of buyers. So we'll take I. So now let's transfer our answers. So 1.3.1, we say it's C. Then 1.3.2, it's G. Then 1.3.3, it's E. 1.3.4, we have our B. Then 1.3.5, we have our answer, which is I. So now let's move to section B. Section B, it says answer any 2 questions in this section, but we're going to answer all of them for today. Clearly indicate the question number of each question that you choose. The answer to each question must start on a new page. E.g., question 2 on a new page, question 3 on a new page. So question 2, we have business environment. So this is our new page. We have question 2. Then you have 2.1. Name any 4 pillars of the Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment Act 2003. Okay. So now, the first pillar that we have is ownership. So we have ownership. Also, we have management of control. After management of control, we have our social economic development. We have skills development. After skills development, we have enterprise and supplier development. Now we are done with 2.1. 2.2, it says outline the advantages of intensive strategies. So we go to our answer sheet. We have 2.2. So the first advantage of intensive strategies, we have increased market share. So what you can say about increased market share, we can say by implementing strategies So increased market share, if the business implements the increase in the market share, so by implementing strategies like market penetration, businesses can gain a larger share of their existing markets through increased marketing efforts. Then our second one that you can put, you can say improved profitability. Then now about enhanced and improved profitability, we can say premium pricing on improved products. So let's go back to the question. It's 6 marks. So now we have 2 points, 2 points for 4 marks. Premium pricing on improved products combined with increased sales can significantly boost profitability. So now also another thing that you can put, it's enhanced brand recognition. So now expanding into new markets will help our brand to be recognized. So since it's 6 marks, we're just going to record this 3. But we have so many points that you can use. You can use competitive advantage. You can also use access to untapped markets. We can use innovation and product development. So we have so many things that you can put. 2.3, read the scenario below and answer the questions that follow. We have Petra farming, PF. Petra farming supplies fresh milk. We are selling fresh milk to local customers. They added homemade cheese to their product range to increase sales to new customers. PF also opened a petrol station to attract new customers. Identify 2 types of diversification strategies implemented by PF. Motivate your answer by quoting from the scenario above. So now the first diversification strategies, we have the horizontal diversification. Then our motivation from the case study, we can say PF added homemade cheese to their product range to increase sales to new customers. So they added homemade cheese. Then the second diversification strategy that you're going to have concentric diversification. Why are we saying concentric diversification? It's also involved because PF also opened a petrol station to attract new customers. So here we have 2.3. On this 2.3, so let me just say types of diversification strategies. Then here we have motivations. So the first strategy, we say it's horizontal diversification. And we say it's our motivation is that they added homemade cheese. They added homemade cheese to their product range to increase sales. To increase sales. We said our second one is going to be our concentric diversification. So here we have concentric diversification. Then our motivation from the case study, we said PF also opened a petrol station to attract new customers. So now we are done with our 2.3. So 2.4, discuss the rights of employers in terms of the Labor Relations Act. So here we have 2.4, which is the right of employers. So our first one, we're going to use freedom of association. They are free to associate with anyone that they want to associate with. That's why we say freedom of associations. No, sorry, Ash. It's not supposed to be freedom of association because this is for the employee. So we have to use the one for the employer. So now, the employer, they have a right regarding forming and joining organizations. So now employers have the right to join employers' organizations. The very same way the employees have the right to join the employees' organizations. Employers' organizations and participate in their activities. Say freedom of associations. No, sorry, Ash. It's not supposed to be freedom of association because this is for the employee. So we have to use the one for the employer. So now, the employer, they have a right regarding forming and joining organizations. So now employers have the right to join employers' organizations. The very same way the employees have the right to join the employees' organizations. Employers' organizations and participate in their activities. So now we are done. Another thing that you can put also, we can put work collective bargaining. What do we mean by saying collective bargaining? We are saying the Labor Relations Act will allow the employer and the employees and their trade unions to regulate workplace conditions. That's why we are saying collective bargaining. So the Labor Relations Act to regulate workplace conditions. Another right that the employer has, it should be workplace management. They should be able to manage the workplace. So you are not supposed to bully them because they have hired you. Employers have the right to manage their workforce. Workforce including setting working hours. Then now they also have the right to disciplinary action. They also have a right to protecting confidential information. So now since we are writing for 6 marks, I think the 3 points will be enough. So we are done. Let's go to 2.5. Describe any two types of defensive strategies. So now our first defensive strategy that you have, it's what? 2.5. So the first defensive strategy that we have position defense. So in this position defense, we can explain it by saying maintaining a strong brand and customer loyalty. Customer loyalty. to defend against competitors. Then the next one that you can use mobile defense. So mobile defense, it's when the business continuously adapt and innovate to stay ahead of competitors. They become adaptive and innovative. To stay ahead of competitors. Then we can add our last one, which is flanking defense. So now about flanking defense, we can say diversifying. So you are talking about diversification. Diversifying into new markets. To create barriers to competition. So now we are done with our 2.6, our 2.5. Let's move to 2.6. 2.6, it says, read the scenario below and answer the questions that follow. We have Bohle Architecture, abbreviated as BA. Bohle Architecture pays monthly contributions to a common fund to protect the workers in the event of workplace accidents. BA is also able to access other advantages when making these contributions. Name the act applicable to BA in the scenario, since it prevents the employees from injuries on duty. So it's going to be our COIDA. So it's compensation for occupational injuries and Diseases Act. So 2.6.1, we have compensation, which is our COIDA. Injuries and Diseases Act. It's also known as the COIDA. Then 2.6.2, explain other advantages of the Act identified in question 2.6.1 for the business. So now, what are the advantages of COIDA for the business? So the first one, we can say 2.6.2. The first one, we can say employee protection. It protects the employees. Then what can we say about employee protection? We can say COIDA guarantees benefits. Guarantees benefits to employees who are injured. To employees who are injured or contract occupational diseases. So the first thing is going to protect the employees when they get injured from the workplace or when they have health problems from the workplace. So our another advantage, you can also say employer protection. It does not only protect the employee, but it also protects the employer. So how does it protects the employer? It protects the employers from civil claims for damages from employees. So COIDA protects employers from civil claims So now it protects the employee from civil claims for damages if the employees get injured on the job. So if the employee gets injured, they will just claim from COIDA because they are already being insured by the company. Another advantage that you can put, it can be social security. How does COIDA offer social security? You can say benefits are considered a form of social security. So they are considered a form of social security, ensuring a safety net for employees. For employees facing work-related injuries, or illnesses. Then we are done. So advise businesses on the strategic management process. So 2.7, we have to advise the business on the strategic management process. So now the first thing that you can put is our vision and mission. So now what we can say about vision and mission? Organizations begin by establishing a clear vision. So if you want to open a business, you should begin by establishing a clear vision. Clear vision for the future and a mission that outlines the purpose and the value. Then another thing that you can talk about environmental formulation. How is the environment of the business? So we have environmental formulation. So under environmental, after environmental analysis, because it's environmental analysis. Sorry for the mistake. Before you start a business, you should make a thorough research on the external and internal environment. So a thorough analysis of the external and internal environment. Because you cannot just start a business. What if the area where you want to start a business is a high crime area? Environment. Then another thing that you can put here, it's going to be a strategy formulation. Any business should have a strategy in order for it not to collapse. So a strategy formulation, it should be based on the analysis. Remember, you analyze the area, then you come up with a strategy. So based on the analysis, the organization should develop a strategy. Then now we are done with our 2.7. We have more we can use. We can use strategy implementation. We can also use evaluation and control. But since it's 6 marks, we'll only stick to this 3 point. Let's move to question 3. Question 3, we have our business operations. It says, name the 2 components of a job analysis. So first thing for the job analysis, we'll take the jobs task. Job task will be the first one. Then you also have duties and responsibility. You can't work in a job where you don't know what is your task, what are your duties and responsibilities, and also what are the required skills. So question 3, we have 3.1. So 3.1, we have required skills. Then number 2, we also have duties and responsibilities. We are done with our 3.1. So we have 3.2. 3.2, it says, elaborate on the meaning of piecemeal as a salary determination method. So 3.2, we can say, piecemeal is a system They are paid based on the number of units or items produced. If you produce 1 item, you get paid for 1 item. So produced, we can also say so now we can also say piecemeal systems can incentivize higher output but might compromise quality if employees rush to complete units. So employees will work fast wanting to reach the target and produce inferior quality. Quality, if employees rush we know that if people get paid based on the number of items that they have produced, they will want to produce more because they want to earn more. But what about the quality of the goods? So that's the disadvantage about piecemeal. So now let's move to 3.2. Read the scenario below and answer the questions that follow. Shahim Technologies gave Mark, a newly appointed employee, a tour of the premises, a competitive salary, and an overview of the business. ST are reaping the benefits of induction in their business operations. 3.3.1. Name two aspects that ST included in their induction problem. So the first thing that they included, it was introduction to the company. Because they told this company about the overview of the business. So we're going to say introduction to the company. Then the second thing that you can say is the workplace environment and facilities, because they gave the employee a tour. So here, 3.3.1, we have introduction to the company. Because they gave the employee the overview of the company. Then now our second thing that you can also include is workplace environment. So now workplace environment and facilities. So now we are done with our 3.3.1. We move to 3.3.2. Explain the benefits of induction for the business. So now hiring people who went for induction, it's beneficial for the business because those people have been told about the culture of the business. So the first benefit that you can put here, it will be our reduced employee turnover. So we have 3.3.2. So here we have reduced employee turnover. So we can say induction programs help new hires feel welcome and supported in the business. So when someone is new in the business, they should go through induction so that they can know what's required in the workplace. So it helps new employees feel welcomed and supported. Leading to increased job satisfaction. So most people, when they work in the environment where they feel appreciated, they're going to be satisfied with the job. That's why we say they will feel welcomed and supported, leading to increased job satisfaction. The second benefit for induction, we can say it will help when it comes to productivity. So we can say enhanced productivity. Then about enhanced productivity, we can say when new employees understand their roles, responsibilities, and their company's culture, they can start contributing more into the business. So they can start contributing more more effectively and quickly. So another thing that you can also put here, we can put improved workplace culture. So taking the employees for induction, it will improve our workplace culture because everyone will know what is the culture of the business. So here, a well-structured induction program can establish a positive and inclusive work environment. an inclusive work environment. So now we'll stick to this three. We have so many things that you can use. You can use employee engagement, reduce training costs, as long as it's an advantage of induction. So we are done with our 3.3.2. We can move to 3.4. Discuss the selection procedure as a human resource activity. So now, selection procedure, we are talking about the process of selecting employees. So we have 3.4. 3.4 will says it ensures quality. So now the selection process helps organizations hire individuals who are well suited for the job. So it helps organizations to hire individuals who are well suited for the job. Then now, what can we say also about the importance of selection? We can also say it reduces turnover. Why are we saying it reduces turnover? Because when the business selects the right people, the business can reduce employee turnover and save on recruitment costs. They can reduce employee turnover and save on recruitment costs. So it will also improve workforce diversity. Why are we saying it improves workforce diversity? Because a fair and transparent selections process can help attract candidates from diverse environments. So it will help attract people from different races and different places. attract candidates from diverse backgrounds. So now we'll stick to this 3. So let's move to 3.5. 3.5, it says outline the benefits of a good quality management system. So now our first benefit, so it's 3.5. So our first benefit will be improved product quality and consistency. It will help improve product quality and consistency. And consistency. We can also say it helps the business to reduce errors. So reduce errors, how does it reduce errors? So we'll say it focuses on defining. So it focuses on defining improving, and controlling processes. And controlling processes, leading to fewer mistakes. That's why we are saying it improves the quality, because it leads to fewer mistakes. Another point that we can use consistent results, because our results are going to be consistent. So standardized processes and documentation ensure consistent quality outcomes. So it ensures consistent quality outcomes. Then it also helped with streamlined processes. So streamlined processes, you can say it involves streamlining workflows and eliminating redundancies. So we are avoiding by all means to repeat the same thing. That's why we are following processes. It involves streamlining workflows, and eliminating redundancies, which is repetition, leading to better efficiency. Then now we are done with our 3.5. Let's move to 3.6. Read the scenario below and answer the questions that follow. Bloom Enterprise render transport services across the country. The Chief Executive Officer effectively communicates the shared vision and mission of the business with employees. BE also provides regular press releases to all stakeholders. Identify 2 business functions that contribute to the success of BE. Motivate your answer by quoting from the scenario above. So now, the first thing that you will quote is going to be operations. The operations functions. Then our second thing that you are going to quote is going to be our public relations. Then our motivation from the case study, we're going to say the CEO effectively communicates the shared vision and mission with employees. So it's going to affect operations. Then for public relations, we will say BE also provide regular press releases. Regular press releases. So here we have 3.6. On our 3.6, we have business functions and motivations. So here we have business functions. Then here we have our motivations from the case study. So the business functions, that will be our first one. It's going to be our operations or operating functions. Then our motivation from the case study, it will be the CEO effectively communicates the shared vision and mission of the business with employees. Communicates the shared vision and mission of the business. With employees. Then our second point, it will be our public relations. So our motivation for public relations, it will be PE also provide regular press releases to all stakeholders. Regular. To all stakeholders. Then 3.7, explain how businesses can apply the 8th step of PDCA to improve the quality product. So now our P will represent our plan. Then our D, it's do. Then our C will be check. Then A, it's act. So let's go to 3.7. So we'll start with our P, which is planning. So we have plan. The business can define specific areas where product quality needs improvement. Then we move to our D, which is do. Then with do, we can say implement the plan. The company or the business, they can implement their plan. How will they implement their plan? By executing the planned actions. They execute their planned actions on a small scale or pilot program. Then we move to our C, which is check. So now check, the business can analyze the data, which is the information that they have or get. So they can analyze the collected data data to evaluate the effectiveness of the implemented plan. The effectiveness of the implemented plan. And whether the objectives The objectives are being met. So now we go to our last thing, which is our A, which is act. The business has to act now. So now we'll say standardize successful actions. So what do we mean by that? If the plan has proven successful, we should standardize the implemented changes and integrate them into the routine operations. So if the plan is working, we should keep on doing the same thing again and again and improve where we think there's a weakness or a loophole. We should standardize the implemented changes and integrate them into the routine operations. So now we are done with 3.7. Let's go to 3.8. Evaluate the impact of adequate financing and capacity as a total quality management element on large businesses. So impact, we are talking about the positive and the negative, which is the advantages and the disadvantages. So now let's go to the impact of adequate financing in quality. So each and every business should invest in quality if they want to be sustainable. Then what can we say about investment in quality? Sufficient funds allow for investing in quality tools, technologies, and processes. So if we have enough money, we can produce quality. We can invest our money into producing quality. Investing in quality tools, technologies, and processes. Then now we can also say continuous improvement. We are forever improving. So now we can say also adequate financing supports ongoing improvement. If the business has money, they will improve because they will invest their money into improving their business. So we can say adequate financing supports ongoing improvement initiatives. Such as process optimization, Then another thing that you can add our customer satisfaction. Then we can say investing in quality leads to better products and services, leading to increased customer satisfaction and loyalty. So if the business is selling quality products, it will have more customers. Resulting in increased customer satisfaction and loyalty. So now we can also quote the impact on adequate capacity. So for adequate capacity, we're going to start on process improvement. Then about process improvement, we can say having the necessary resources and workforce allows for effective process design improvement and implementation. Allows for effective process design and improvement. Improvement and implementation. Then we can also use data collection and analysis. So now here we can say large businesses can leverage their capacity to collect and analyze data to identify areas for improvement and monitor performances. Usually when you go to huge businesses, they have a suggestion box. So that suggestion box, they use it to improve their businesses. So they follow whatever that their consumers are saying. That's why we can say large businesses can leverage their capacity to collect and analyze data to identify areas for improvement and monitor performance. Then now we can use this one as our last one. We can say customer service. Adequate capacity ensures effective customer service. Then you also have prompt resolution. So prompt resolution of issues. And timely delivery of products and services. So now we are done with our question 3. So now let's move to question 4. So question 4, we have business environment. 4.1, it says name any 4 forces of Potter's 5 forces model. So we are going to name the Potter's 5 models. So here let's start by saying question 4. Then we have 4.1. So now we're going to name the thread of new entrant. Then our second one is going to be the bargaining power of suppliers. Then our third model, it will be threat of substitute products or services. We have another model, which is the bargaining power of buyers. So we are going to list all 5. Then you also have competition, rivalry. Then we move to 4.2. Identify the business sector applicable to each statement below. Lerato manufacturers specialize in the production of various sports equipment. So since they are producing, it means they are turning the raw materials into finished goods. So it's going to be our secondary sector. Then 4.2.2, mountain traders sell sports equipment. They sell sports equipment to different sports outlets. So it's going to be our tertiary sector. So we have 4.2.1. So 4.2.1, we have secondary sector. And then under 4.2.2, we have our tertiary sector. Then we move to our next question, which is 4.3. Discuss the penalties for non-compliance with the Employment Equity Act. So now we have to talk about the penalties that the business are going to face if they don't follow Employment Equity Act. So the first penalties that they are going to impose to the business is going to be fines. So the first one, we have fines. Then under fines, you can say the Department of Employment and Labor can impose fines for non-compliance. So now the Department of Employment and Labor can impose fines for business that do not comply, with amounts increasing So the Department of Employment and Labor can impose fines for non-compliance with amount increasing based on the severity and history of violations. Then another penalty, it can be legal action. So under legal action, we can also say the Department of Labor can refer if the business does not comply, the Department of Labor can take the business to the court of law. Businesses to the labor court. And on the labor court, further penalties can also be imposed. Another penalty that they can face, it can be exclusion from state contracts. They won't get contracts from the government. So now if the business want to conduct business with the government, it is compulsory for them to engage, to comply and follow all the business laws in South Africa. So now here we're going to say Employment Equity Act compliance is a prerequisite for engaging in contract with the state. We can also put the damage to reputation, because if the business does not comply, the reputation of the business will be tarnished. We can also include difficulty in recruitment and retention, because also if the business does not comply, so now we'll stick to these ones for now. So 4.4, advise businesses on the steps in strategy valuation. So now let's go to 4.4. So our first step is going to be defining objectives and standards. Each and every business should be able to define their objectives and their standards. So the business should be able to gather relevant information, including performance data, stakeholder feedback, and market trends. The second thing that the business can do, they can collect and measure their data. Define the objectives. No, see. Shh. So now 4.4, the first step that the business they can do is to define objectives and standards. They should define objectives and standards. The business should be able to establish clear goals. And benchmarks against which to measure. So the first step that the business they can do, they can define their objectives and standards. They can do that by establishing the clear goals and benchmarks against which to measure the strategy's success. So the second thing that the business they can do, they can collect and measure the data that they are using for the strategy. So how can they collect and measure data? They can gather relevant information. Including performance data, So now the business should collect and measure the data. They can do that by gathering the relevant information, including performance data and stakeholder feedback and market trends. So stakeholder feedback, we can also include customers, the feedback from the customers. Then the third thing, they can take corrective action based on the information that they have received. So we collected and measured data. Now we are analyzing the data, because we have to analyze the data before we take action. So how can we analyze the data? The business can compare actual information against established standards. And identifying the gaps and the root for the cause. And then also they should analyze the impact of the strategy on the business. Then let's move to 4.5. 4.5, outline the legal requirement of an employment contract. So first thing, there should be an offer and acceptance. So when there's an employment, the business should offer an employment, and then the employee should accept the offer. So that's why we are saying it's offer and acceptance. So a clear job offer must be made. And accepted by the employee. The second thing, there should be a certainty of terms. So now the contract So in the contract of an employee, there should be the details of the employment, including the job title, the description, and the duties and responsibilities of the employees. Then now there should be consideration. Each party must provide something of value. So now the employee will produce the work because they want to produce in the company. Then the employer will offer the employee a job. So now both parties should bring something in the table. So now the employer will offer the employee the job. Then the employee should also work in return. Must provide. Why am I saying must return? So in consideration, the employee will offer a skill or render a service in the business, and then they will get paid. So in that way, both parties have provided something of value in the table. So now we are on 4.6. Explain the impact of fringe benefits on businesses. So impact, we are going to talk about the positive and the negative. So 4.6, the good thing about fringe benefit is that it's going to enhance employee satisfaction and engagement. So now fringe benefits demonstrate companies' commitment to employee well-being and financial security. So they feel accepted by the company. To employee well-being and financial security. And that will lead to increased job satisfaction Because if employees are benefiting from the company, they will be satisfied with their jobs. Another advantage you can say, it will help reduce turnover for employees. Because now employees are less likely to leave the company that provides valuable perks beyond salary. If employees are benefiting from the company, it won't be easy for them to leave that company. So employees are less likely to leave a company that provides valuable perks beyond salary. So this will result in lower turnover costs for the business. Another advantage is that this thing will improve the recruitment. So here we'll say improved recruitment. Because fringe benefits can help attract and retain high quality talent. Everyone who's looking for employment would be happy to work for a company that offers fringe benefits. So improved recruitment. So fringe benefits can help attract and retain high quality talent, making the recruitment process more successful. So now these are the advantages of fringe benefits. So now let's move to the disadvantages. So the first disadvantage, it will be increased administration costs. This will increase the administration cost for the business. Then we can say for the business managing fringe benefits, such as insurance policies, or retirement plans. It can significantly involve significant So this will increase the administration cost of the business because they are paying more beyond the salary to employees. So another thing also, this will have an impact on the profit of the business. So it will impact profitability. So the cost of providing fringe benefits can reduce company profits. Then the second disadvantage, also we can say, it's potential for complex regulations. Now we can say the cost of providing fringe benefits So potential for complex regulations. So now it will affect the tax and legal implications of various benefits. So navigating the tax and legal implications of various fringe benefits can be complex. So that's a disadvantage for the business. Now we are done with our 4.6. Let's move to 4.7. Read the scenario below and answer the questions that follow. Chemol manufacturer implements total quality management to reduce the cost of quality. The production manager works closely with suppliers to improve the standards of raw materials. KM monitors their maintenance programs on a regular basis to prevent the breakdown of equipment. They also provide annual bonuses to employees who meet their sales targets. 4.7.1. Code 2 ways in which total quality management reduces the cost of quality at KM from the scenario above. So the first one, it will be this one, which is the production manager works closely with suppliers to improve the standards of raw materials. With suppliers to improve the standards of raw materials. Now, our second thing that you can quote, you can also say KM monitors their maintenance programs on a regular basis to prevent the breakdown of equipment. So KM monitors their maintenance programs on a regular basis. To prevent the breakdown of equipment. Then 4.7.2, discuss other ways in which total quality management can reduce the cost of quality. So it's 4.7.2. So the first one, we know that TQM focuses on prevention over correction. So you can say focusing on prevention over correction. So then we'll say TQM emphasizes identifying and addressing potential quality issues early in the process. So another thing that you can say, continuous improvement and process optimization. Then we say TQM involves a structured approach to identifying and eliminating waste. And eliminating waste, ineffectiveness, so TQM involves a structured approach to identifying and eliminating waste, ineffectiveness, and bottlenecks in processes. Then the third one that you can put improved customer focus and satisfaction. Then we say by delivering consistently high quality products and services. TQM helps organizations build customer loyalty and satisfaction. So TQM helps organizations build customer loyalty. So now let's move to 4.8. Advise businesses on how the quality of performance of the administration function can contribute to the success of the business. So first thing, if the admin of the business, it's quality. So the first thing that you can say, it's efficiency and productivity. The business will be efficient and productive. So our first one, we're going to use the streamlined process. So we're going to say a well-organized administration ensures that business processes are streamlined. Streamlined and efficient, leading to increased productivity and output. So our second thing that you can put as an advantage, you're gonna put time management. So effective time management within the administration helps to ensure that tasks are completed properly and efficiently. So now, if we have an admin that is competitive, we know that all our tasks will be done on time. So that's why we are saying effective time management within the administration helps promptly and efficiently. So now the second thing that you can put one under resource management. The business will be able to manage their resources. Then we put financial control. Then under financial control, we can say a strong administration function effectively manages financial resources including budgeting, accounting, and cost control, leading to improved profitability. Then now we can put human resource as our last one. Trained, motivated, and engaged. Maximizing their contribution to the business. And eight. The implementation of this act directly impacts on business operations. Businesses must observe the consumer rights as outlined in the CPA and also comply with this act. Write an essay on the Consumer Protection Act in which you include the following aspects. Outline the purpose of the Consumer Protection Act. Discuss the impact of the Consumer Protection Act on businesses. Explain any three consumer rights in terms of the CPA. Suggest ways in which businesses can comply with the CPA. So we start with our introduction. In our introduction, we can define consumer information. And it also promotes responsible consumer behavior. We can also say the CPA creates a fair, accessible, and sustainable marketplace. So now we are done with our intro. We can move to our body. So they say outline the purpose of Consumer Protection Act. So we have to outline the purpose of the Consumer Protection Act. So here we'll say purpose of the Consumer Protection Act. So the first purpose of the, including the right and access to accurate information. Then the second thing, the CPA promotes fair business practices. So you're going to say promoting fair business practices. So the act prohibits unfair or misleading marketing. Marketing and business practices. Ensuring that consumers are not exploited or deceived. Then it can also improve consumer information. Then we can say the CPA aims to improve the quality and accessibility of information.